All right, guys, get the message out. We're going to be live here in just a second. Get it out there. Let everybody know what's happening. Big time events unfolding. It's hitting the fan even more so than it was yesterday. It's literally hitting the fan. Yes, it is. And, yeah, some crazy stuff's going on. We got lots of news to share with you guys today, so stay tuned, and lots of footage, and I'm sure more missiles are being fired. The missiles are being fired. Everybody's saying, fire the missiles. Israel, U.S., Russia, China. Fire the missiles. I don't know if you've ever seen that old meme. It's actually one of the original, like, kind of viral videos of old school YouTube when YouTube first came out. One of those videos that went viral was called "Fire the Missiles" with the Z. If you ever see it, it's got a little bit of foul language in there, but it's kind of like what's going on right now. I've got my lighting is not the best right now, so hopefully. But anyways, we're going to get into all this news right now. I'm still in my deep underground military-style bunker here, monitoring from below everything that's happening on the surface. And all the zombies are still trying to get in, but I have locked down my door with the... Yep, and they can't get in. So it's a blast door, so when everything goes off, the bright lights are shining, and the bomb song becomes a reality. How many of you guys remember the bomb song that we used to play all the time back in the day when we were first doing our live stream broadcast back in 2011, 2012? We had that song called the bomb song, and it was about Iran getting the bomb, because they've been saying that Iran was going to get the bomb within weeks, within months, for the last, 20 years. And anyways, so we've been showing that video on and off over the years, and it's kind of funny because it almost seems to be playing out, and we always thought that it would be kind of prophetic in a way, because they're going to get the bomb. And when they do, and by the way, the people that made that video, they're all Israelis. They were all the Israelis made that video. I don't see it on YouTube anymore. It's kind of a classic that went out that probably was scrubbed from the internet. But we still had it because I downloaded it. So I still got it. And I still play it sometime. If you go to our Telegram page and type in bomb song, you'll see it. And it's exactly what's happening right now. But anyways, let's see what's going on here, guys. I know that Iran has just launched what looks to be an ICBM, which is causing a lot of consternation amongst the Western nations, because it's possible that they do have a nuke. And with this ICBM, that means they can go out and reach out and really touch far and wide. And that includes, and I'm sure our intel already knows, that's why they evacuated bases in North Africa, in Eastern Europe, and in all throughout the Middle East. We've evacuated our bases of, I don't know if it's just non-essential personnel or families of personnel. I know that they've limited the exposure, definitely, if not evacuated completely, because these incoming missiles will not have any mercy, and they are unable to be defended against. They're hypersonics, and they're coming in at Mach, 15. I know that the Iranians have Mach 15 type missiles. You can get all the way up to Mach 25, but still, Mach 15 still hypersonic. And if it has a payload that's anything that's nuclear, that would be very, very concerning. Now, couldn't Pakistan have given them a nuke, or China could have given them a nuke, or Russia could have given them a nuke? If they didn't already have a payload on one of those tipped missiles, they could have easily gotten one, right? You would think that there might be that possibility, especially if so many nations are so unnerved by what Israel is doing, this might be their way of trying to get back at Israel by go ahead, hand off that little nuclear tipped missile to Iran. Maybe they've already got it, literally. All it would be like a tactical. It wouldn't. I don't know if it'd even have to be a large payload that would be dropped from a big plane or bomber. This could be a tactical that would just destroy a whole city block, or maybe 2 or 3 or 4 city blocks. But this would be a tactical type nuclear tipped missile. Now, Iran has claimed, going back to the beginning of this conflict, that they had EMP tipped hypersonic missiles, and that's the way they said it. EMP tipped hypersonic missiles. And if you don't know what an EMP is, it's a small nuclear detonation that happens high up into the atmosphere that causes an EMP, which is an electromagnetic pulse, to be sent out. To the higher it is in the atmosphere, the farther is the spread of the EMP, which is a pulse of electromagnetic yield from that small nuclear device, and that would cause electronics to go out. That would cause delicate components in anything that is electronic to be fried and to be unable to be fixed. Literally, you would have to just replace motherboards or whatever chips that have anything to do with electronics are going to be affected. That's why we have what we call Faraday bags. You got a Faraday bag, you put your important electronic devices in a Faraday bag so that they can't be affected by an EMP attack. Now, what's it going to really matter, I guess, if you're the only one that has a satellite phone or a cell phone or whatever that doesn't get affected by an EMP? Who are you going to call? Because most people don't have their electronic devices within EMP protection. But there are people out there that do. And it's a means of, having the ability to at least still have hardware. But if this is what happens, the think tank Heritage Foundation did a study on what would happen if America was attacked by an EMP. And by the way, North Korea probably has this technology too. They have it probably in their satellites. Their satellites fly over our country all the time. And they say that they believe that there's a possibility that North Korea may have some kind of an EMP device inside of a satellite. But if this were to ever happen in the United States, the Heritage Foundation had a think tank, and they said that within 1 year of an EMP affecting America's critical infrastructure and grid, which would cause a grid down scenario, 90% of Americans would be dead in 1 year just from not having electricity and or power that is supplied through electronics and through computer systems, because everything would be going back to the Stone Age. Literally, everything would stop, and think about this. For those of you who know your Bible, if you go to the book of Revelation, an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, is similar to what the sun could be doing, which is called a coronal mass ejection, or a CME, very similar to what effects an EMP would have, which is a man-made nuclear device being detonated. The sun could actually send in rays or charged electrons or protons, whatever they are, through our atmosphere. And this has happened in our history. If you go back to the Carrington event in the late 1800s, it did happen. They said if that event ever happened in today's day, that it would have fried all electronic devices, because at that time the technology was Morse code, like telegraph lines, and the telegraph lines literally caught on fire, literally sending shocks through the system into the telegraph stations, and it just fried the lines. That was how powerful of a CME it took place. The sun emitted a massive X-class flare. We just had a big X-class flare yesterday. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the sun, but if that were to happen in today's day, a CME, the same effect would happen. We would have a grid. Now, in the Bible, in the book of Revelation, one of the bowls, the vials that's poured out, is the beast's kingdom. Well, right before the beast's kingdom goes dark, one of the vials is darkness. Right before that vial is poured out, it says the sun burns men's skin. And then the next vial that is of judgment that is poured out is darkness covers the beast's kingdom. So you're talking about the sun burning men's skin and then darkness. So in the Bible day, there was no electricity. There was no such thing as electricity in the Bible's day. But the effects that the sun would have emitting a CME that would actually affect our physical bodies, that would literally affect the lights, because it says that everything goes dark. So a CME could not stop a candle or a fire that would light your home in the old, 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago. That would not, a CME from the sun would not affect candlelight. But the beast's kingdom goes dark. So the Bible knew, even back then, that there was an effect that the sun would have on lighting, electricity, because it would affect computer components. Now, like I said, there's a lot of things that the Bible says prophetically that are actually technologies that only happened in the last 100 years. And even less, especially with AI type stuff. That's only happened in the last, that we know of as citizens. We only know of AI in the last few years, but I'm sure it's been here for a little while. They haven't told us, but it's chronicled in the Bible. AI is chronicled in the book of Revelation. You can see it. AI is talked about in a metaphoric, symbolic representation because they didn't know what it was. They were writing about it. These prophets of old were chronicling things out that they were seeing in the future. They couldn't explain. They didn't know what it was. Well, I even think that it talks about nuclear war. When it says that the sky is rolled back like a scroll, what happens when you see a nuclear explosion? The sky rolls back, right? You see the percussions. I just dropped my walkie-talkie. See, I'm in this deep underground military bunker, and I have to be able to communicate with the surface. But the sky rolls back like a scroll. That's a nuclear explosion, right? There you go. Anyways, I know I got off on a tangent there. I didn't mean to do that, but let's go ahead and just start looking at some of the news that's going on here. Let's start chronicling some of this. I want to show you guys some of the visuals here now that are right before our very eyes here. Are unfolding right before our very eyes. Now, I have the feeds on in the background. I've got the feeds right out of Haifa and Tel Aviv, and I think we have some Iran feeds. Let me see. No, we just have the Israel feeds right now. Jerusalem feed. We've got the Jerusalem feed, the Tel Aviv feeds, and another Haifa feed. Good, because things are about to go hot again. This is what Iran just did. This is a somewhat similar to an ICBM. It probably is a medium range ICBM with the capability of having a payload that could very well be nuclear. And they did this on purpose today to show the world that they have technologies that will be troubling to Israel, that will be very troubling. these are definitely days of tribulation for Israel, and that's what they called the Jacob's troubles, right? Jacob's troubles. Now, for those who don't know the Bible, Jacob was the name of Israel. Before Jacob's name was changed to Israel, he was called Jacob. And Jacob, the meaning of the name Jacob is supplanter or deceiver, one that deceives to gain an edge, to gain. It's like a deal maker that uses deception. Jacob, right? And then what happened? He wrestled with the angel, and the angel touched his thigh and crippled him. The strength of a man is in his thigh, right? Or in his thighs. Well, that was representation of God crippling his own ability. And then he became a prince with God because he wrestled with God and overcame, right? He wrestled with the angel. And then his name was changed to a prince with God. So prince with God means Israel. So why does the end time say Jacob's troubles? Because Jacob is still carnal. Jacob is still unregenerate. Jacob is still in an unchosen status. They haven't received Messiah. And until they receive their Messiah, which is our Messiah as well, he's the Messiah of the whole world, they're not going to be chosen. I don't care who says they're chosen. I don't care if the evangelicals in Christianity are saying that these are the chosen people. They are not chosen. A historic chosen land, yes. You could say the land has a covenant with God. Yes. Does God have a covenant with rebellious Jesus haters? No, he doesn't. Does God have a covenant with the nations that are outside of Christ and outside of God? No, he doesn't. He only has a covenant with those who come to him through his only begotten Son. The only way you can get to God is through Jesus. There's no other way. So please stop saying we need to bless rebellious, disobedient people. That's like saying, well, I need to bless the now let me just give you a good example. I need to bless the LGBTQ because they are a chosen generation. They are a chosen people for this moment. Would you say that as a Christian? No, you wouldn't. Okay? The capital of all transsexual, transgender, etc. is Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. It is what in the book of Revelation it says very clearly. They were talking about the two witnesses being killed, and the whole world sees it, right? That could only happen with technology today where the whole world watches it. But they were killed in the city that is called, that our Lord was crucified in. Which city is that? Israel. And it says its name figuratively Sodom and Egypt. Why would it call Israel? Why did Jesus call Israel both Sodom and Egypt? Because Egypt was a rebellious nation, and Sodom was also a very sinful nation. But he called it, and it says right there in the book of Revelation, metaphorically, it's defined by these terms, right? Where our Lord was crucified, Egypt and Sodom, right? So is Egypt blessed by God? Is Egypt chosen by God? Well, yeah, in a certain sense, Egypt was chosen just like Judas was chosen. Judas was chosen to betray Christ. God raised up Pharaoh for the purpose of revealing his glory in a negative. You know, you got to have a negative in order to see the light and the positive, right? So God did choose this anti-persecution against the church, this anti-God movement. But the problem is that those within the church, or those who are evangelicals especially, have been indoctrinated with a false doctrine over the last few hundred years, which is where evangelicals come from, that we need to bless the covenant that God has with the Jews because they have their own special way to God. No, they don't. That covenant was fulfilled in Christ, and you have to go through Christ. It's kind of like the flower blooming on a plant, on a stalk. Eventually, that flower is what feeds you. That flower is what is the end result. You don't worship the stalk or the roots. The roots are gone. They're done. The fruit is what you go after. The produce, right? You cut the stalk off and throw it away. It's literally useless now. So in the new covenant, and what we're seeing right now in Israel, this is what's happening as the world is turning on Israel. This is prophetic. This is also prophesied to happen. The whole world turns on Israel. And why does it turn? Now, is Israel going to be blessed? Yes, it says that Israel will be saved at a certain point, whoever's left, because there's going to be many that are going to probably be caught in the judgment, just like the Gentiles are going to be judged. There's going to be lots of death and destruction in these last days. But the ones that get saved in Israel they're going to see him whom they've pierced, and it says they're going to mourn for him as one mourns for their only child. They're going to mourn for him as one mourns for their only son. That's repentance. And then they're going to be saved. And that's at a time when they're completely surrounded by all enemies and they're about to be completely annihilated. It says at that time Jesus comes and returns and saves them, just like Joseph. Joseph revealed himself on their second return, right? They didn't recognize who Joseph was, his brethren. They tried to kill him, or they were going to kill him. They sent him into Egypt. He became a pagan, idolatrous king. And when they came begging for food, the 12 brothers, or the Israelites in the 12 tribes, they came looking for sustenance to Egypt. Joseph did not reveal who he was. He hid his identity. That's the same thing that happened in the first advent. When Jesus came to his own received him not. He came to his own, and they received him not. They rejected him. They tried to kill him, which they didn't, because he raised from the dead. The same thing with Joseph. They threw him in a pit, and then they pulled him out of the pit. They didn't kill him, but they sent him off, and he became the idol or the pagan idolatries. Because, see, Jews consider Jesus a pagan idol to the Gentiles. They look at him as a pagan idol because we worship a man, right? That's what they say. You cannot worship a man. That's idolatry, right? And so Joseph was hoisted up as second in command to Pharaoh, and pharaohs were considered gods. So when the Jews came begging because their lives were at stake, they didn't have any more food, they came to Pharaoh. They came to Egypt. And Joseph recognized them as their brethren that tried to kill him. He spoke to them harshly. Remember, the Jews think that if you really talk to any kind of religious Jew and you really get into a deep discussion on theology or any kind of conversation about faith, you're going to find that many religious Jews deeply despise Christians. They're very suspicious of Christians. They consider Christians to be Hitler, because Hitler was a Christian. They consider them to be the inquisitors who cast them out of Spain in the 1400s, right? The Inquisition. They consider Christians to be someone that wants to kill their soul, right? Because they want to take away their beliefs, right? Convert them. So they say Christians are Protestants, they're Catholics, they're Jehovah's Witnesses, they're anything that has to do with Jesus is considered to be a Christian. It's a Christian title. Many times that's the way a lot of Jews will think. But they despise Christians. This is a part of their belief. They think that we're there to try to harm them. Well, what did Pharaoh do? What did Joseph do, second in command to Pharaoh? He was also considered a god. He spoke harshly to them. He spoke harshly to them. They were afraid of him. And he didn't speak to them in their foreign tongue. He did not speak to them in Hebrew. He spoke to them in Egyptian, and he terrified them as a pagan idolater, right? As they perceived him, as the Jews perceived him. They went away scared to death that they were going to be put to death because he took one of their brothers hostage. And he said, I want you to bring back your other brother and your father, because he wanted to see. He was playing a game on. He was playing a secret, you know. It was a hidden ruse to try to figure out what was going on with the rest of the family. On their second return, he revealed himself. He said, I'm your brother. And he wept. He forgave them. And he said to his brethren, you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. God sent me ahead of you to save the lineage, to save the people that are going to be called by my name, even though you tried to kill me. And same thing with Jesus. He's going to come back and he will forgive them if they truly have repented. And that's why it says in the Old Covenant, in the prophetic scriptures, that they're going to look upon him when he returns. This is when he saves them as a nation, when they're about to be destroyed. All the world is going to turn on Israel. Israel's going to look up and they're going to see him whom they've pierced coming to save them, and they're going to repent. Whoever truly is righteous in motive, God is going to reveal that to who they are. They're going to be seen who Jesus really is, and they're going to repent. And it says they will be saved when they truly mourn and repent for him whom they pierced. Now, some Jews would say that's anti-Semitic to say that we pierced Jesus, that we killed him, because that's why we've been persecuted by all the nations, because we are the Jesus killers, right? They always say that. No, the Romans were the ones that executed Jesus, and they were pagan idolaters. Now, the Jews handed Jesus over, and they called for his death, but it was really the Romans. It was all of humanity that bore the responsibility for bringing Jesus up on charges and ultimately for him to die on the cross. But that was all part of the process, so that you might be truly set free from your sin. He had to. That was God meant it. You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good, right? Same thing for Israel, same thing for Romans, same thing for all the world. The sins of the world were laid upon Jesus. He took upon himself the iniquity of us all. We all, like sheep, have gone astray, each to his own way. And God hath laid upon Jesus the iniquity of us all. So we receive salvation through Christ. Okay, and so does the Jew. And there are many Jews that believe in Jesus. Now, they're afraid. A lot of the Jews are very angry at that, because they think we're killing their neshama by bringing someone to Christ. But anyways, let's get back to the news. I didn't mean to get off in the preaching, but yeah, I did. Let me go through some of the news articles now that are out there and try to give you guys some updates. The Israeli assessment in an official news outlet that is very large says that the U.S. will join. It's not a question of if, but when. Israeli officials said that something extraordinary would have to happen for the U.S. not to join the campaign, according to them. Trump wants to build on the achievements that have been made. Iran threatens if the U.S. attacks, Hezbollah will join the conflict. So it's not just Hezbollah, but you've got other countries like, what was it? Not Afghanistan. What's the name of that country? They're sending aid to Iran right now. It's not Afghanistan. It's the other one that's been fighting with China. What is it? Does anybody can remember that country there? It's not Afghanistan. It sounds like Afghanistan. It's Pakistan. Pakistan. So Pakistan has been saying they're going to help Israel, and they're sending them armaments and help. Now Trump is meeting with the Pakistani chief, I guess, or military chief. I think it's today. And I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to get some kind of deal where they're not going to get involved while we go after Iran's nuclear capabilities. And they don't want a nuclear power getting involved because Pakistan is a nuclear power. They have nukes. And he doesn't want them being involved in this conflict because what happens if they decide to nuke Israel on behalf of Iran, right? I mean, that would be a very terrible thing to see nukes flying everywhere. But anyways, let's go over here and look at some other things here on our page here. And this is our Telegram page for those who don't follow us on Telegram. You might want to come over and check us out here. It's very important to get connected to us on Telegram. Iran used a Sunji ballistic missile for the first time on Israel in its latest strike. That was today. And this is according to Tasnim News. The video released shows this rocket system. Let's go ahead and show that to you really quick. Let me get that up for you really quickly here. All right, I want to turn down the music here because I don't want it to give me a copyright. Sometimes the music gives you copyrights. All right, so this is the new weapon system that Iran has unveiled, and this is what it does. Look at this thing. So it's basically this intercontinental. It is probably a medium range intercontinental ballistic missile. It can go 200 kilometers, which is pretty far. I mean, that's 200 kilometers. How far is 200 kilometers? Or 2,000 kilometers? I'm sorry, 2,000 kilometers. It's a very long range. Okay, so we got some more updates here I'm going to get into here right now. Let's go ahead and look at some of this stuff. The Iranian police headquarters is now burning. If you didn't see this, right there, it is on fire. The Iranian regime, as they say, regime. The Iranian police headquarters is on fire. The USS. Now look at this. Hold on, let me just pull this up here. In fact, I need to post this. This is important news here. Look at this right here. The USS Ford, the most advanced aircraft carrier in the U.S. Navy, and its battle group have been ordered to approach the area, currently the area of responsibility of the European Command. This is all right there in the Middle East, probably right there, Mediterranean. The Ford, the USS Ford, joins the Carl Vinson, which is already here, and the Nimitz, which is also on its way. A deployment of 3 aircraft carrier groups. Aircraft carrier carriers. Okay, that's incorrect. It should be aircraft carrier groups. I just posted that. So a total of 3 aircraft carrier groups. Now, you only need 1 aircraft carrier group to destroy a nation. Literally, you could destroy a complete country with just 1 aircraft carrier. You've got 3 of them now in the region. Seriously, this is highly unusual, and it doesn't happen all that often, just so you know. This is a very significant development. At this very moment, Iran or Israel is still attacking Tehran. NetBlocks reports that the internet is completely out or is on the verge of complete shutdown in Iran. The U.S. Embassy inside of Israel states that they are working to arrange rescue flights and cruises for U.S. citizens to get out of Israel. They're expecting a lot of chaos now. U.S. citizens are urged to leave Israel by boat and by plane and maybe even by train. Trains, planes, and automobiles. I think that was a movie, right? All right, so this was an attack on the Kojir facility in the mountains of East Tehran. And this is a military facility right here. This is a military facility inside of Iran. And let's see, the airbase at San Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean is a convenient launch point for an attack on Iran. It says on June 14th, there were 4 B-52 strategic bombers that could be seen. And it says that during this time, it looks like they are being loaded with weapons. At least one of them are being loaded with weapons. Did you see that? If you look really carefully there, you can see this. Let's see here. Let me make sure I got this up here where you can see it. If you're looking really closely right there, you should be able to see that, you can't see my cursor there, but there is right in between those 2 white trucks, there's like 4 trucks there. And then the one that's illuminated, that B-52 in the middle, it looks to be being loaded. Now, they're probably loading a number of these things up and getting ready for some strikes. And they need to have these big bunker busters. I don't even know if those big bunker busters could literally get down 300 feet into the ground. I don't know. Let me look that up. Can bunker busters go 300 feet? Because this, at least the entrance into this nuclear facility of Iran in the mountain is at least 300 feet deep. Okay, so it does say that a bunker buster bomb like the GBU-57, which is a massive ordnance penetrator, is designed to penetrate deeply buried targets. And while it's generally stated to penetrate up to 200 feet, some reports suggest that the target at Fordo is reportedly buried 300 feet deep, and the bomb is considered necessary to attack it, according to some reports. This suggests that the bomb might be able to penetrate to that depth, or that its use is considered the only viable option for reaching such depths, according to defense officials. And then it goes on to say, the GBU-57 is GPS guided. And it says that I don't think, I mean, the depth of this Fordo nuclear facility may even in fact be deeper than 300 feet. I'm not sure if this weapon could in any way affect the depths of the operation down there. It could destroy the entrance, maybe, but I don't know about, and I'm sure they've got other entrances that are probably secret. Some of the videos that we saw coming out of some of their, and they have a number of these complexes, showed secret exits where they'll open up a door inside of the mountain, and they'll bring trucks out of that door, and you can see that it's all shrouded with trees and things outside this door that comes out, and then they just park the truck there and they'll shoot off the missiles. Right? So, and then they just pull the trucks back in, and they're pretty deep. I don't know if you saw this. Look at this. Alex Jones. Look at what Alex Jones said. Oh my gosh. This is the awakening. This is what we expected. All of the MAGA base, Tucker, Alex Jones, who's some of the other ones? Steve Bannon. They're all waking up. They're all waking up. Look at what they said about Trump. What you voted for and then what you got. You ended up getting George W. Bush. And what did George W. Bush do? He did a lot of things that a lot of the people on the right despised, especially going to war with Iraq when they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. And it all came out that it was a big lie. And the same thing goes for what's happening now. They've been saying that Iran is on the verge of getting a nuke for the last, literally, they've said it for the last 30 years, going all the way back to 1995. 1995, Netanyahu was on television saying that Iran was within a couple of years of getting the nuke. And then when you got around 2000-ish, they were saying within days, within weeks. And they've been saying that mantra for the last 20 years, that Iran is on the brink of getting a nuke. Weeks, months, weeks, days, hours. You know, it's like, how long can you continue to say this and have anybody take you serious? It's just like George W. Bush. Nobody went along with it after they figured it out. It was all, I mean, they realized that this was a big lie. Everything that George W. Bush said was a lie. And now he's got that as a legacy, even from those who are on the right. The comment section just goes to show how much of a stronghold Donald Trump has on his base. This is coming from Revelations and Rabbit Holes. Just in, Iran claims that it has dismantled Israel's air defense, clearing the way for thunderous strikes. Okay, so remember, the Iranians have promised to deliver thousands. They've also told the Israelis that they're going to be living in their underground shelters for a very long time, and they will not see the light of day because they're going to be in their bunkers, because there's going to be a continual raining of missiles. This is what they're saying. And I think that Iran has the capability of doing that. I literally do. And this is terror on a level that the Israelis, I don't think, are ready for. They thought that they might have this all buttoned up, and they thought it was all figured out, and they thought that America was going to be going out and doing the heavy lifting and doing all the bombing. But at this point, America hasn't done anything yet. And it still sounds to me like it's not a matter of if, but when. And they're still waiting for the when. Is Trump going to actually do the when, or is he going to last minute turn on them again? Because Trump has a way of flip-flopping, and I think he does it on purpose. I think he does it just so that people don't know what he's really going to do. But what he really wants to do, he'll tell you what you want to hear to make you believe whatever you want to believe. But then he'll turn on and he'll do what he really wants to do later, right at the end. So what Trump really wants to do, he's going to do when he does it right at the last minute. That's what he really wants to do. So is he just telling Israel this for the heck of it? Now, this was another interesting thing that's going viral right now, is Ted Cruz's interview with Tucker Carlson. In the interview, Ted Cruz states that, and he's questioned by Tucker about Mossad, that we have Mossad agents within the United States that are doing espionage against our own government. And he asked Ted Cruz what he thinks about that. And Ted Cruz says, oh, it's not a big deal. It's okay. I don't mind. Basically, he's like, I don't care. It doesn't bother him. He doesn't want to condemn it. Well, you remember there was espionage done in the 60s, I think. It was Israelis that went, I think they actually gave them the death penalty. They stole a bunch of, I think it was nuclear secrets or something, if I'm not mistaken. Who was that? Israelis in the 60s, it was a husband and a wife. Or maybe it was the 80s. Espionage against USA. It was a couple. In 1987, let's see. Jonathan Pollard was one. Jonathan Pollard. But I thought there was a couple. He was convicted of espionage in 1987. He became the first American to go to jail for life for passing secrets to a U.S. Okay, that was a U.S. He probably was he. Okay, maybe this is it. Yeah, it says the Pollard affair took Washington and Tel Aviv by surprise. Wolf Blitzer, Washington correspondent for the Jerusalem Post, in a book published just several weeks before Pollard's arrest, wrote that there is no real fear in the U.S. government that American Jews are leaking information to the Mossad, the Israeli equivalent of the CIA. Experienced U.S. intelligence officials readily acknowledged that the degree of cooperation between the CIA and Mossad is already so close that the two organizations do not really have to spy on each other, despite infractions on both sides. Blitzer explained, U.S. and Israeli intelligence organizations have maintained a discreet agreement since the 1950s, banning covert operations against each other. Now, I'm thinking it was a couple. It was a woman and a man, and I think they were put to death, weren't they? It would have been... Yeah, if I don't find it, it's okay. Well, he was let out of prison in 2020, and he went back to Israel after 30 years in a U.S. prison. He was in prison for 30 years. Jonathan Pollard. since 87. He was released in December of 2020 and went back to Israel. I didn't know that. He dies of COVID. Oh, no, the wife of convicted spy Jonathan Pollard dies of COVID in 22. Wow. And I guess he is Jewish. He has a little kippah. A little kippah. Anyways, just a little. Somebody might know what I'm talking about here in the chat. Who was that woman? Does anybody know? The Rosenbergs. Yeah, the Rosenbergs. I think that's who it was. Wasn't it the Rosenbergs? Yeah, that sounds very familiar. If that's right, let me see. Rosenberg's spies. Yeah. Yeah, it was in the 50s. It was in the 50s. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. It says that they were an American married couple who were convicted of spying for the Soviet Union. Okay, so it was the Soviet Union. It wasn't for Israel. Well, you know what though? They say if you really do some research into communism, that communism was a brainchild of the Israelis. Did you know that, or of the Jews? I mean, you go back and you look at Karl Marx. He was Jewish. Lenin, Jewish, and the whole revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, was basically the overthrow of a Christian nation that was Russia, and it brought in what we call communism of today. So you could say that it's probably the same thing, but just with a different. So let's see. He was Sing Sing prison. He died in Sing Sing prison. Okay, so he was executed by electrocution. So he was a spy then for Russia. I thought that they were Israelis. Well, they were Israelis, right? They are Israelis, right? Rosenbergs were Israelis, right? They were Jews. Yeah, Rosenberg. That's Jewish, right? They were Ethel. This is Julius and Ethel. By electrocution. That what a way to go, to be electrocuted. Isn't that terrible? And Ethel. It says here that they were a Jewish couple convicted of espionage for passing atomic secrets to the Soviet Union during the Cold War. They were executed in 1953, becoming the only American civilians to be executed for espionage related activities during that period. And she looked like a sweet old lady. A sweet old lady. Look at that. She had like a little hat on and everything. And they just zapped them both for what they did. Maybe that's why the Russians now have nukes, because of them, right? Because of what they did. So yeah. All right. In other news, what else do we got here? Whoops. Let's see what else we have here. The U.S. is bringing 3 carrier strike groups to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the USS Nimitz, and the Carl Vinson. This happens after multiple Western news outlets reported that Israel is running out of interceptor missiles, and their stockpile has ammo for just 10 to 12 days or less. So Iran is going to continue to barrage them with these missiles. And and continue to threaten them, and put intimidation into them because of their, you know, a lot of the Middle Eastern world is so incensed at what they have watched happen inside of Gaza. You're talking about tens of thousands of children that have died, women, children, literally tens of thousands having to be just related to someone maybe that had Hamas connections. Obviously, Hamas is an influential, or was an influential part of their structure, their power structure. But does that mean that they're worthy of death? All these children and women, really, that they're just going to level, Dresden style level all of Gaza as a result, and then try to starve them out? If it wasn't for the U.S. making a big stink about them not sending them food, they probably would have all starved in there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you think that the world this is all a big response to that, because maybe that's why in the book, in the last days, it says that the whole world turns on them, And I'm not saying that the nations are going to be judged too for their sin. I mean, everybody has sin. Every nation that's outside, it's not that the people within that nation, if they don't fear the Lord and they don't trust him and they don't walk after his will, they're going to be judged. So the nations, as represented by their kings and their presidents and all of their leadership, most of the time they're just completely committed to the God of this world that controls all the kings of the earth, right? And that is truly the God of this world is the devil. And he's the one that rules principalities and powers. But this is all for a part of that testing of the true children of the Lord, which would be you and I, and everyone that is all throughout the world that trusts God is going to be perfected in that cauldron, in that, I would say it's a refining fire. It's a time to perfect every one of us in time and space for the ultimate eternal place, right? So really this world, that's why people say, you can sit there and look at the world as redeemable, and you could somehow, baptize your idols like the Catholics say. Just bring all your idolatries into the church. As long as we're the one that oversees everything, you can keep your idols, you can do your Santeria, you can do whatever you want. Just make sure you give respect and all your tithes and all your money to the church that oversees everything. We'll just baptize all of your sin. And as long as it's under as long as we can get money from your sins, absolve you, and, venial sins, you pay for that, and mortal sins, you got to pay a little higher price for that one. You're good. We'll make sure that we forgive you. But that's not the way it works. Not in the real kingdom, not according to biblical way. You can't find salvation anywhere outside of Christ. You have to go through him, and the way he prescribes it is very clearly laid out. And so all the nations are under judgment. So it's going to be the last days big bash in the Middle East where God starts judging everybody. He's going to judge these people first, and then he's going to judge these nations second, and ultimately he'll culminate the whole age, right? So get ready. And why is it only a remnant are always safe? Well, there's a remnant of Israel, they're going to be saved. There's a remnant of the Gentiles that are going to be saved. But there's going to be great apostasy in that last day. There's going to be a great falling away, right as the man of sin is revealed. And I do believe that the man of sin, or the perdition, the son of perdition, has been revealed only to those who are the remnant. The others that are outside of Christ, they're not going to see it. The foolish virgins, they're not going to understand it. They're not going to see it. The ones that are following these false doctrines, that are compromised in their true faith to God, they're not going to see it. They're not going to know who the man of sin is. They're going to take the mark, and they're not even going to know why they took it. They're not even going to know what it is. They're going to be deceived. They're going to be given over to believe a lie, it says. God is going to hand them over to believe a lie. And they're going to follow the way of the beast. They're going to follow the kingdom. They're going to ride that beast all the way. This political system, they're going to be right on board. The moral majority, they're going to be like that. The spiritual advisors that represent a big portion of the church are going to be all riding the beast, trying to bless it, trying to control that 7 mountain mandate. Like we got our kingdom on this earth. It's a Christian kingdom, and we're gonna say it's Christian because we're controlling it. We're influencing. He listens to what we tell him. The manga base that says they're moral. You're riding the beast. This is the system of the beast. Really, it literally is. The world is. And the only way people are going to wake up to this is when everything starts going poof. When everything starts falling completely apart. That's when everybody wakes up. When the whole economy crashes, your lights go out, you can't buy any more food, and you got Mad Max on every street. And everybody is freaking out because they know it's the end now. That's when everybody wakes up. But until then, people are going to keep thinking it's going to kick that can a little bit farther down the road, kick it down. It's going to keep on going. Don't worry. Don't be negative. Don't be telling me that. That's not what I want to hear. But it's coming. And you need to get ready for it. So let's see this video. President responds to questions about how now reversed ICE guidance stopping raids in agriculture, hotel, restaurant industries, joking with flagpole installers. Any illegal immigrants here? Wow. That right there. Jeez, let's look at that video. I got to see this. He said something about ICE not going after immigrants that are law-abiding citizens, or law-abiding. I should say they're not citizens, but they're law-abiding. You've got so many millions of illegal people. Go after the criminals. Go after those people that are raping, killing, murdering, that are bringing drugs, that are ISIS, or that are terrorists. Because I'm sure there's a huge amount of people in the country that hate us. Go after them first. Go after them first. Why are you going after the dishwasher? Why are you going after the agricultural, fruit picker or, vegetable picker? Why are you going after those people that are manning the hotels and the restaurants and the dishwashers and everything else that Americans don't want to do? Why are you spending time doing that? All these resources, all that time just to get a few guys here and a few guys there and stick them on a bus and deport them, or sending them to Guantanamo. I mean, really, Guantanamo Bay? I mean, I want to see the numbers of the real criminals that they've apprehended and detailed lists. I don't want to be seeing all these, people that are just coming over here for a better life. I mean, you'd probably do the same thing if you were living in a third world country and you had the land of milk and honey right over the border, and you could access some of those benefits. You probably might think of doing the same thing. But I'm not saying that it's justified. I'm just saying. So what did he say here? Let's look at this video. Am I able to see this? Oh, it's on Rumble. No wonder. Rumble has an issue, man. Rumble's videos are they're terrible. They don't work very well. This is why I stopped doing Rumble. For those who don't know.
The changes would be coming for farmers who've seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place.
Well, everybody's right.
So what's your message to farmers?
Everybody's right. Look, we got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Oh, do we have anybody in here that's a member? We've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigrants in here now? If they would, they'll find out.
Right.
They'll be checking you. You won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Watch, they'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before they stood up. But they'll end up being, oh, he's a so-and-so. This one is from you know where. Don't worry. I think you're going to be okay. I'll be right behind you. Far behind you. I'll be right behind you. Now look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure, hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands, and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out the jails, many of them. I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting...
So Trump says he would have done the same thing. So why are you upset, Trump? If you would have done the same thing, then why are you upset at them? Like he just said he would have emptied out prisons into the United States if it was him. And all the crazy people sent him to America. But anyways, I don't know. You know, this whole thing is just so weird. You know, he kind of makes the joke about it, about these guys being illegal, and he looks at them. It's almost like kind of disparaging. You could see on their faces and their body language, they didn't really. They kind of like, well, that's the president that just said that, so I guess it's okay, you know. But if it would have been anybody else, they probably would have been like, this guy is making us look stupid on national TV. And then he tries to recover. I don't know why Trump seems to always kind of say things that, I guess it reveals his true motive. It's kind of like Freudian slips. You know, you say stuff that you really think you don't mean to say, but it actually comes out. So what's in the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. You can't hide it, and Trump can't hide it, even if he is gifted at, you know, gab, and he's able to, you know, in the moment, just talk off the top of his head. You still see what's in his heart, and it's not good. It's not good. So he says, go after the criminals. Yeah, go after the criminals. But why did he reverse policy? Why did he reverse policy and tell them to go ahead and continue going after restaurant workers and dishwashers and you know, hotel workers and agriculture? Why did he tell them that? He just said just now, yeah, we need to take care of our farmers. We need to take care of our restaurants. Yeah, we need to. But then why did you tell them to go after them again after you said not to go after them? And now you're reversing policy and going back and saying, was that just for the effect of having them let down their guard, or making them think that you were not going to go after them, or trying to secure your base politically at that very moment? There was a big deal going on in the world, you know, in terms of public opinion, and you wanted to try to change the course of public opinion because you had a big backlash of people that were wondering why you're doing this, and now you're going to reverse course and go back to what you told ICE to do. It doesn't make any sense. And then he tries to smooth it over by saying, oh yeah, well, we want to take care of them. Well, how are you going to take care of them when you got their workforce? Because this is their workforce. How are we going to continue to put food on the table when you don't have pickers and agricultural guys out in the field because they're so afraid to go to work? They're saying already that it's affecting production. I mean, there's all kinds of stories coming out that workers are not coming to work. How do you sustain a business when nobody goes to work? Well, you go out and hire Americans. But what happens if Americans don't want to get those jobs? They don't want them. I mean, even nobody's wanting to do those jobs, is what it looks like. So I don't know. That's why people are wondering about his judgment, whether it's this or whether it's the war in Iran. I mean, you've got the whole Trump base now questioning his judgment. What is Trump really thinking here? Is he really, is this all him? I mean, he's the one making the decisions to go to war. It's not even Congress. He's the one that's telling that everybody we're going to war, and now he had to pull back. This is all happening in real time. They're trying to finagle their way in. but they're having to bypass Congress. I don't think that's going to fly. You've got Republican senators saying, no, we're not going to do this, Trump. They're literally telling him, hey, we have to do it the way it's supposed to be done. War is declared by Congress, not the president. And everybody has to look into what's going on, because that's what happened during the Bush administration with Iraq. And look at what happened there. And I don't even know, did Congress, was that considered? And I'd have to look into that one. Did Congress give approval? Let's see if it says that. Yes, Congress did give approval for military force in 2020 or 2002. They did pass authorization for use of military force against Iraq resolution. Now, the reason that they did was why? Do you remember? WMDs, which was a lie. So they basically created a lie to scare everybody into, and all the lawmakers into passing this resolution. And that's why there's a big stigma around George W. Bush, because he lied, and everybody knows it. They created and they fabricated all of this so they could go in there and kill millions of innocent people, because there was literally 1 million plus women and children that died and or are completely and utterly altered for life, their offspring, because of all the depleted uranium that was used in the weapons that we were basically just dumping into their country. Depleted uranium that literally caused all kinds of birth defects, cancers. They say 1 million plus people. You don't think that that's not having blood on your hands? I mean, seriously. Now, there's a lot of pictures here, and I'm going to show you screenshots of Trump saying that we shouldn't be in Iran, going all the way back to Obama, where he criticizes Obama over and over again about going to war with Iran. And he said he's going to do it. He's going to do it. And this is going to be a terrible thing for our country. And it was the worst thing. And there's a list of tweets of Trump saying everything that he's doing right now, he's against. He's against his own policy, going all the way back to the time of Obama. Why is he now doing what he said shouldn't be done? You got to ask yourself that. Why is Trump doing something that he said we shouldn't do? I'll find the, I'm on the wrong page here. I'm on Gateway Pundit. What the heck am I doing? All right, let me just find it for you so I can show you. Yeah, you got to see this interview with Ted Cruz. So Iran, I'll just give you some of the updates as we're going. Iran says Lebanon's Hezbollah will take action if the U.S. enters the war. The U.S. announces evacuations of American citizens and embassy personnel from Israel. And then Trump says, listen, look at the headlines on this. I was just talking about this too yesterday, about the restrainer. Remember I was talking about prophetic things that have to do with the restrainer being Michael, the archangel? And a lot of Christians believe it's the church and it's the Holy Spirit that is a restrainer, right? Well, we think that it has something to do with the restrainer of Israel that is protecting Israel, right? That is the restrainer Michael, going back to the book of Daniel. Remember when there was the conflict with the angelic hosts, the Prince of Persia, which is Iran? This goes all the way back to the book of Daniel, and the prophecy that was delivered to Daniel by the angel Michael. He was in mortal combat in the spirit realm with the Prince of Persia, right? And then he delivers the prophecy, and it says that prophecy is to be bound up or sealed until the time of the end, which is now. And you're going to know that the Prince of Persia is involved in these end time prophecies, right? So what happens? The restrainer, if you really look at it, could also be interpreted as being Michael, who restrains evil from Israel. But the restrainer is now lifted. We were talking about the restrainer being taken out of the way, or Michael no longer covering Israel. And this is when Jacob's troubles begins. This is when the tribulation begins, right? When Michael is no longer protecting the state of Israel. And look at what Trump says. Trump sides with Israel and rejects the restrainers. Don't you think that's kind of weird, of a weird title? And then this is what they said. What happens next will define Trump's presidency. And Tucker Carlson today, said Tucker Carlson today, he doesn't know how right he is. And we don't really know if Trump really stands with Israel at this point, because he has gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I think that he does this on purpose to throw everybody off, whether it's other nations. He's trying to finagle his way in, flatter his way in, trying to get people to make deals with him, cut deals by doing this, by doing that, flip-flop, flip-flop. Nobody knows for sure which side is Trump really on. He's doing it for the purpose of trying to gain an advantage from every angle, okay? Every angle. And it's the art of deception. It's the art of making deals. So you've got a lot of craziness going on there, but I showed you that, didn't I? Trump sides with Israel and rejects the restrainers. Don't you think that's bizarre? Almost exactly like what we were talking about yesterday with the restrainers. But let me get that information for you really quick. Israel's running out of interceptors. Over 50 jets took part in the targeting Tehran and the other cities in Iran last night. And I'm sure that there are American assets involved. We're not being told. A clash between Iranian security forces and Mossad agents in the city of Ray. So you got Mossad agents. That's why they made fun of the Mossad actually posted on Twitter in response to the Iranian supreme leader saying that they hit the Mossad headquarters, and Mossad said it doesn't matter. All of our agents are inside of the country. All of our agents are there in Iran. They're causing disruption within the city of Iran. So it says the Mossad cell was planning to carry out terrorist operations in densely populated areas of Tehran. And its plot was foiled, according to Mir News, an Iranian news outlet. So supposedly they foiled some plots of these Mossad agents that were within Iran yesterday, even though Israel was boasting about these Mossad agents being inside of the country getting ready to do terrorist, quote-unquote, acts, right? China has been sending transport planes into Iran. What are they delivering to the Iranians? Nobody knows, but they are delivering aid, supposedly. Since the beginning of the war, 3 Boeing 747 fighter or freighters landed inside of Iran from China. Redacted's headlines are very clear. Okay, here, I'm going to show you guys what I was talking about. Let me get this up here really quick. First, really quickly, Trump's biggest crisis is here. This is from Redacted. As Israel bombs Iran's nuclear sites and World War III looms, the MAGA movement is fracturing. Neocons are dragging Trump towards war, while anti-war conservatives beg him to hold the line. Is the peace president? Is the peace president image dead? Right? You got Marjorie Taylor Greene telling Trump that he's doing something very bad, not right. You got Tucker, you got Bannon, you got Alex Jones. Everybody's questioning. Oh, this is his whole base, his whole conservative base. The Christian evangelicals wondering what in the world is going on. Well, we could have told you what was going to happen. We already told you that was what was going to happen. Now, here's Trump in tweets going all the way back to 2011. In order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. January 17, 2012. Obama will attack Iran in order to get reelected. 2013, September. I predict that President Obama will at some point attack Iran in order to save face. November of 2013. Remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly, not skilled. What's he doing? He's doing exactly what he said he shouldn't do. Donald Trump said the United States has spent $8 trillion fighting and policing the Middle East. Thousands of our great soldiers have died or been badly wounded. Millions of people have died on the other side. Going into the Middle East is the worst decision ever made. That's in 2019, October. So what happened? Why is Trump flip-flopping? Again, because he's only doing what's convenient or what's the word I'm thinking? There's a certain word I'm thinking. He's only doing what is going to help him at the moment. But like in the majority of what, and this might be his way of doing chess moves here in what people say is his way of playing chess. Right? His 3D chess move. But I'm trying to think of the word that it would help explain this. It's expedient. Okay, that's the word I'm thinking of. Expedient. He's only doing what is expedient at the moment for his own particular political end. Expedient definition means suitable or appropriate for achieving a particular end, often without considering whether it's morally right or just. This is what Trump is doing. He's only making decisions that are expedient at the moment for his own political well-being. It's not about principle. He's not guided by principle. He's not guided by what I would say is truth and knowing what truth really is. He says he knows what truth is in his own definition, of his own explanation, or what he defines it as. It's not ultimate truth, what we would say. So he cannot claim ignorance. Listen to what Candace Owens said. Wow, this is just absolutely amazing what she posted here. You got to take this and really think about it. This is Candace Owen. Now, Candace Owen has had some major fights with some very influential Jews, especially that Rabbi Shlomo guy. Remember that? My goodness. That was just something else. But Candace said they tried to look at what she says there. Just read it. I'm not gonna repeat it, but just read it. Take a minute and read that. Yep. All right. So what's going on the skyline here? Let's take a look at the skyline here. I'm just kind of curious what's happening in Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv skyline. I'm sure they're going to be sending in more Z missiles here soon. Sounds like some Fat Cat said, "You just blew me away." I'm just curious. What were you saying? What blew you away? Did somebody in the chat say something? It says, "Oh, okay." All right, so we got some more updates here. So Iran's foreign ministry denies talks with the U.S. and rejects any negotiations while Israeli bombings in Iran continue. No Iranian official has ever asked to grovel at the gates of the White House. And that's probably in response to Trump saying that, hey, my door's open, come and talk to me. Trump claims that the Iranians now want to meet. So, Trump has a pattern. This has been going on with the Russians, with the Chinese. He says stuff that isn't true. And then they come out and say, we never said that. We're not talking to him. We have no official negotiation at all ongoing. What is he talking about? We made a deal. He's just saying it into the ether, hoping that everybody will make it happen by just positively confessing. This whole positive confession, like he was talking about his pastor being Norman Vincent Peale, the positive confession guy. If you know about Norman Vincent Peale's theology, and it's not theology, it's some kind of ideology, and a cult ideology at that. He's not a Christian, or he wasn't a Christian because he's dead now. But Trump learned everything that he knows about word magic and positive confession from Norman Vincent Peale. We call him Norman Vincent Peale. He's Norman Vincent Peale in it. This is what Trump is doing. He's just using word magic to tickle people's ears, telling them what they want to hear. All the while creating chaos wherever he goes, because it's double talk. It's double talk. You can't get anything accomplished of any kind of value that's going to be sustaining society and culture and just stability, stable society when you double talk. When you lie, you say one thing and then you do another thing. You can't deceive people or nations and get them to ever trust anything that you're ever going to say or respect anything that you're about. You have to be forthright and honest and true. That's why the Iranians lost all their leaders, because they trusted Trump. They thought maybe he was going to take their side and help to, negotiate and try to somehow lessen the tension. And what did he do? He led them astray, and he strung them along a little bit just so that they could be killed. He knew what was coming, and he kept them out in the open so that the Israelis could decapitate them. That's why they lost all their high-level military generals. So Trump says, they should have made that deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. In the end, they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did, Trump boasted. Iran has made it clear that it will not bow to U.S. pressure or seek Washington's favor. Trump is claiming that the Iranians now want to meet. Let me listen to this. I got to hear it.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way.
I just think he's just making this crap up. He just looks like he's just making it up. Like he just makes it up as he goes. It's just absolutely crazy. Iran's regime in Iran's foreign ministry denies the U.S. and rejects any negotiations with Israeli bombings in Iran, while Israeli bombings continue, while bombings in Iran continue. So it says, quote, this is a quote from Iran. This is coming from the Iran mission, Iran_UN on X, right? At Iran_UN. And they said, quote, no Iranian official has ever asked to grovel at the gates of the White House. The only thing more despicable than his lies is his cowardly threat to take out Iran's supreme leader. Iran does not negotiate under duress, shall not accept peace under duress, and certainly not, and these are all capital nots, and certainly not with a has-been warmonger clinging to relevance. Iran shall respond to any threat with a counter-threat and to any action with reciprocal measures. My goodness. Breaking: Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi regarding the war in the Middle East. Quote, Israelis' actions violate international law. We cannot sit back and watch. What? The right and the wrong in the current situation is very clear, and Israel's actions violate international law. We cannot sit back and watch the regional situation slide into an unknown abyss. The international community, especially the countries of the region, should continue to unite to form an international voice against the war. Is this what the Bible says, that there would be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars, and on the earth distress of nations with perplexity? On the earth distress of nations with perplexity. Israel would become a cup of trembling in the hands of the nations. They would become a stone. They would become a cumbersome stone. Wow. Prophecy unfolding right before our very eyes. Maybe we need some more cowbell. What do you guys think? I got a fever, and the only prescription for it at this moment is more cowbell. Anybody want some more cowbell? All right, I'm looking at your guys' comments. Sorry, I haven't been looking. Missiles inbound to Tel Aviv? Really? How did you get that, English? Where did you see that at? More inbound missiles. Heidi K, how's it going? All the mods, all the all the members of BP News. I wanna thank you guys for supporting our channel. Dorinda, thank you so much for supporting our channel. Heidi, all the mods out there, all of you out there that are passing on our videos, thank you very much for thumbs upping the video as well. It's what gets it out in the algorithm and helps people to find what we're doing, because we do have some of the best coverage. I will say the best coverage, in my humble opinion, of what's going on in the world right now. The world of the Lord is himself. Amen. It is his world, and it's his perspective. I pray that we have his perspective, and I pray that we all are collaborating together prayerfully to wake up the world, because the world is fast asleep. They are fast asleep. They need some more cowbell. That's what they need. The world needs some more cowbell. Do you guys want to see the bomb song? I don't know if I should play that, because I'm not sure if the bomb song, the Iranian bomb song. Okay, so you are right. There are missiles incoming. So how did you find that? Who said that? English, where did you find that? Home Front Command? That was good. You got that right before the other channels got it. So so you're saying that the Home Front Command channel, was that on Telegram? Well, we should be seeing incoming missiles here any minute. Home Front Command. Is that on Twitter? Or I mean on is that Twitter? No bomb song ever again. All right, no messing around. We got to be serious here. We can't be screwing around here right now. This is a serious moment, and bomb song was just kind of a meme of prophecy. I say a prophetic meme. The bomb song was a prophetic meme. It was in jest, but it was also kind of true. All right, so approximately 5 ballistic missiles are heading to Israel at this very moment. 5 ballistic missiles on their way is what we're finding out right now. So we should be hearing these alerts going off any moment. Right here, you've got it right here on Blazing Press. Once again, on top of the news, before it's news, right here. Get it out there on your Telegram pages and your Facebook pages and your Twitter pages and your Reddit and all your forums. Let everybody know. Facebook it. Incoming missiles on their way to Tel Aviv. New launches. So there's more launches now, just not 5. We've got more now. New launches on their way to Tel Aviv. Okay, well, we have the feed right here. Post the link to our live feed live now. Tell everybody that we're live. Okay, here come the Kumpta alerts. Here they come. You're going to hear it right now. The Kumpta alerts are now going off. All right, we're going to be hearing the sirens here any second. Kumpta alerts. Kumpta alerts. It's going off. Here we go. They're going off. Wow. Okay, so they're going to be coming in. Oh, Moose. What in the world was that? Why aren't we not seeing anything? We're not seeing it here. Oh, it's on the other page maybe? What in the world? Okay, there's some up here. This one right here. Tel Aviv. Hold on. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out where this is. I don't see it. It was only 5, I guess, huh? I heard them. Let's see. It was really short. It was a really short incoming, so it's kind of hard to find it now. It's only happened like a minute ago. My gosh, why can't I find this? Okay, here it is on this one. You can see it incoming there. Right there. It was so short. It's just really hard to find it on here. Okay, so here it is when it just happened. Okay, here it is. So that was just like less than 5 minutes ago. The AP is always looking up. It never shows when it hits. I don't think anything hit though, did it? Oh yeah, it did. Actually, it did. We heard it. Listen to the audio on this. Here it comes. Look at that. Right there. Right there. It looked like something actually blew something up there. Whoever's manning these cameras has to be showing when the impacts take place, not when they're just looking up in the sky. Okay, here it comes in. Look at that. It looks like there's about 3 or 4 of them there. Looks like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah. Okay, you'll probably hear them hit here in a minute because that was really loud. Okay, well, we have video of it. We have video of it here. We're going to show you here in just a second. We've got the videos showing their impacts, I bet. I've got videos popping up on my feed right now, so let's take a look. Yeah, because the AP never really tells you or shows you anything here. Okay, is it? Is this happening right now? Okay, so it looks like there's more coming in. Yeah? Is that what's happening here? Okay. Okay, so there's more happening over here. Something's happening on this feed right here. This is happening right now, so let me get myself out of the way here. Where is this happening here? Okay, so let's look at the videos coming out here. Let me just pull those up here real quick. Let's see if we can find some footage here. I think that this is it right here. Oh no, okay, that wasn't it. We're not seeing a whole lot of footage out yet. Yeah, we haven't seen any footage yet. I thought this video was it, but it's not. It was only 4 or 5 missiles. But from what I heard, it sounded like there was impacts. Unless those were blown up in the sky. See, this was it just 10 minutes ago. Here is the footage here. Looks like there might have been something blow up right there. Let's go back on the other feed here, 10 minutes ago. All right, so we got some breaking news. We got breaking news here. Stay tuned here. Hold on one second. We got some breaking news. This is just what happened about 10 minutes ago. All right, the breaking news. President Trump has informed senior aides that he's approved military strike plans against Iran, but is delaying the final go-ahead to see if Tehran backs down from its nuclear ambitions. They've already said it time and time again that they're not going to negotiate. How many times does he need to hear it? Seriously, how many times does he need to hear that? That it's very clear if you're just reading what their statements are on Twitter. They're rejecting everything that he says outright, saying that he's not even being honest in what he's trying to say. He's negotiating with them, and it's not even true. So he has approved final plans, supposedly. Intel Slav says now Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran but has withheld final order. This is coming from National excuse. What is this? Alexander War? Per Wall Street Journal. Okay. So Wall Street Journal said this? Okay. So let's post that. It's funny how we get stuff and then everybody posts the same thing all at once. It's like everybody's getting it all at once at the same time. You want to be connected to our Blazing Press channel page on Telegram to get all the up-to-the-minute, moment-by-moment updates. So listen to what they said. Okay, so President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday that he approved of attack plans for Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. 3 people familiar with the deliberations said. 3. Since his private instructions in the White House Situation Room to the military, Trump has disclosed publicly that an attack is an option. Quote, I have ideas on what to do, but haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, he told reporters Wednesday. You see how I said that? He just does it like whenever whatever whim. He's like, now's the time. You know, like, that's why I said he's impetuous. And he just goes by his gut or his feeling or his thought at the moment. Like, this is it. Okay, I'm going to do it now. Like 1 second before it's due. 1 second before it's due, he said. I always make the decision 1 second before, right? You don't count to 10? You don't even count to 10? You know, like, when you're angry or you're going to make a decision, make sure it's the right decision. Maybe count to 10. Trump is hoping that threatening to join Israel's strikes on Iran, which continued for a 6th day, will compel Tehran to meet his demands, the people said. He acknowledged that a U.S. attack was under consideration, but said he still may decide against it. He's got to leave his door open. What happens if Iran does have nukes? Well, then he can't attack Iran because Iran will launch a nuclear war, and he'll be blamed for that, right? So he's leaving the door open just in case they really do have nukes, and this is why Iran is showing off their ICBM, because Iran wants the world to know, hey, we might have it. Did you see that video that I posted yesterday on Telegram where they show a nuclear bomb and there's a hand kind of petting it? This came from the official Iranian page on Twitter, a government page, and you see a hand petting this big nuclear bomb, and it says in the caption, it says maybe. Why are they doing this? Why would they be toying with this, teasing the world about their possible possession of nuclear weapon? Why would they be doing that unless they're trying to deter, and or put question or doubt so that they're not attacked by the United States? Because if we do attack them and they have nuclear weapons, then we could literally see a nuclear war. But if they do have nukes and we believe them, then maybe we won't attack them, because that's usually the way it works. You don't attack other nuclear powers that have the potential to bring about mutually assured destruction, right? Or what they call MAD. You only attack countries that don't have technologies that are weak. You only attack them if they can't respond back. That's why we don't attack North Korea, because they probably have nukes. Helen, do I ever stop talking about Trump? No, because he loves when the whole world talks about him. He thinks he's second to Jesus, remember? He's the most talked about person in the whole world, and his big ego loves it. So this is all part of it. All press is good press, according to Trump. Okay? Chaos is something that he loves to incite, so that everybody's thinking about what he's going to do. Is he going to do it? Is he going to press the button? You know what it reminds me of? This is a picture that I got of Trump right now. I'm going to show you what I see Trump. This is the way I see Trump right now. And this is according to my kids' favorite movie, or some of my kids' favorite movies. One of them is here, I'll show you. I'll just show you so you know. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer you. Let's see. Okay, here's
It's dark.
How many of you guys have ever seen that movie, Penguins of Madagascar? Let me see if I can find the right clip. Penguins of Madagascar. Yeah, this is it. I think this is it right here.
Older.
That's not it. Okay, I gotta find the right clip, because this just kind of encapsulates the way I see Trump. Giant laser. I wonder if this is it. Is this the right one? That's not it. Dave pushing laser button. Dave laser. Maybe this is it. I can't find it. I thought I might be able to find the clip, but he's gonna press the laser button, and he's like got this funny face when he's doing it, and he's like holding his finger over the button, and he's like teasing everybody while he's about to push the button. Ooh-ah. That's what it reminds me of. That's what he reminds me of. He reminds me of the octopus getting ready to press that button. Oh wait, maybe this is it. That's not it either. I think I found it. Okay, is this it? Yeah, this is it right here. All right, so this is the part. If you're familiar with the movie, you know what I'm talking about. It's kind of there's a message behind the movie too, because it's kind of like these movies all have, like for instance, Penguins of Madagascar is kind of formed. It's kind of a take off of, did you ever see what is it, the Austin Powers movies? It's kind of a takeoff of Austin Powers, but it's in a cartoon type form of penguins. But Austin Powers is taken off of, it's kind of a play on 007 movies, right? So this is all kind of goes back to 007, but it's this part with the Dave is kind of what reminds me of Trump, where he's got his finger on the button, right? But he's acting all crazy like he's about to do it. And they've got like Private is they're going to practice on Private, right? They're practicing on the little penguin. Let's just see. I don't want to get a copyright, but I just want to just play one little clip. He does that. He does that little funny little clip there. Anyways, I don't know if we should just keep watching the feed here. I mean, this whole thing is still ongoing. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more missiles coming in throughout the day, because Iran did make a threat and wants to get in the head of every Israeli that they cannot come out of their shelters because bombs are going to continually rain down continually. They're not going to stop. They're just going to keep coming in. And they won't even see the light of day outside of their bomb shelter, because Iranian missiles are going to continue to rain down on Israel for a long time. This is what they said. So I'm expecting more and more of these missiles to be incoming. And as Iran said, these are defensive, or these are deterrents, but they are going to be doing a punitive response here soon. So their punitive response is still ongoing, or is still forthcoming. These are supposedly just deterrent strikes. So there's a difference between a deterrent and a punitive, right? You have a punitive, this is what they call punishment, is still coming, they say. The punishment response. And that would be the thousands that they promised, the thousands of missiles that they promised to launch all at one time. This is kind of like the grand finale when you're at the 4th of July and you see the bombs go, you know, the things going up, and you're like, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. This is the ooh and the ah part. But then when the grand finale comes, dun, 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 you know, like on V for Vendetta, dun, 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 and it's like everything's going off, everything's blowing up. That's the 2,000 plus missiles incoming. That's when the whole crescendo, everything's going off at once. That's what's punitive. That's the punitive part. That's coming, supposedly. That's what they say. Now, I'm just telling you what they're saying. I'm conveying to everyone out there that's listening this message that they are giving. This is not anything that I agree with. This is not anything that I'm, looking forward to seeing happen. I don't want to see any of this happen. None of this needs to happen. This can all be stopped. I hear something going on in the background here. It sounds like sometimes you can hear these jets coming in too. So we're going to just kind of let this continue. I think I'm just going to keep this feed on, guys. I'm going to go get myself a little something to eat. I haven't eaten today yet. Still in the fasting mode here, I guess. And then I'm going to go get a little bite to eat, and then I'll be back. So if anything does happen, you'll be watching it right here on your screen. It usually only takes a few minutes from the time of launch till the time they actually income into the atmosphere here in Tel Aviv. It only takes 4 minutes from launch to impact with a hypersonic. They're going literally 20,000 plus miles per hour. These missiles are traveling at 20,000 miles per hour. So they go very quickly to their targets. So if they do happen to launch while I'm gone, I'll probably run back and find out as they're incoming. So I'm just going to keep it running, okay? Or I'll just keep it rolling here for just a little bit. I'll be back in just a few.
А потом... Зачем? Что ты не сказала этого? Оставь на другой причине, дай мне руку. Сейчас.
Знаете, что специально сказал? Ты пошутила по поводу. По поводу.
All right, they're incoming again, guys. Lots of them coming in. It looks like you're seeing. This is there. They got. There's some right there. This is AP. Always looking up, not showing anything on the ground. Actually, whoops. There. Let's look over here. You're looking at this one here. Lots of incoming. There they are, right there. There, you can see them coming in right there. Uh-oh, they're hitting. But we're not seeing. This is the problem with AP. They're told what they're allowed to show, and they have a contract with Israel, I guess, to be able to be there. But they can't. I don't think they can show the impacts. So we're having to get footage from other sources that are sneaking it out, I guess. You can see them up there. Let's look over here on this cam here. This is Tel Aviv right here. As you can see that right there. Top left-hand corner. You can see the missiles right here. You can see them going right here. Wow. Let's look on this cam. This one would be the one you'd look at left hand. This Jerusalem. This Tel Aviv too right here. Look at the sky. Wow. Look at the sky. Look at the sky. We're going to be hearing impacts, it sounds like. See, they're not showing what's going on. That's the bad thing. We're going to have to... Here you go. Thank you for showing us, AP. Very nice of you to just show us what's going on. It's like they don't want to show you the impacts. And this is a live feed here. But I don't see them on here. We're gonna have to find the footage later. It looks like, because you're not able to see it. But look at that. Did you see how fast that went up? Wow. Wow. I wonder how many got through. More incoming. There we go on the bottom right-hand corner, right here. Yeah. Too bad AP doesn't allow us to see everything that's going on the ground. I can see smoke coming up from the ground right there. But I don't know if that's from the missiles going up or if that's from impacts. So you can't really tell if there's impacts or anything here. I'm looking over here at the skyline right now down here, and this is actually Tel Aviv, and I'm not sure what. Oh, that sounded loud. I wonder if there's more incoming. I think they're shooting a lot more right now. I think they're doing a lot more missiles incoming. Oops, what the heck happened here? More incoming. More incoming. Wow. I'll get you the footage as soon as it comes out. I get all the footage right after it happens. So we'll show you the impacts if there is footage. But because they are censoring video footage now, the Israelis are censoring what's happening. They're censoring people with jail time if they post it on social media. So people are kind of afraid to post, I think, what they're showing, what they're seeing. Still, many alerts are still coming in. All right, another group of U.S. Air Force assets are headed over the Atlantic toward Europe and the Middle East. 3. Uh-oh, here comes something else. I hear it. Jet? What is that? A jet? Okay, something else is coming in. Let's look. Okay, so it looks like another round of missiles. More missiles coming in. It's yeah, not the best feeds, but I mean really they're not really showing anything except for the defense systems. The defense. Okay, so we got a big war breaking out, guys. Okay, now they're lowering it just a little bit. Come on, guys. AP, come on. Show us what's happening here. Really terrible coverage. So it sounds like some more missiles are incoming. So I said, D just sent me this information here. Look at that. More U.S. Air Force assets are now headed over the Atlantic toward Europe and the Middle East tonight. 3 C-17s and 2 KC-46 tankers from Travis Air Force Base. Okay, more alerts. Tel Aviv is here. Second coming. Another a second round, a second wave incoming right now. If anybody knows of a better feed, please let me know. Please text me where this is at, the better feed is, because this is a terrible feed. It's just really, you don't want to see what's happening on the ground. Okay, so I just got back in, so sorry about not being here earlier, but it's all good. We didn't really miss too much, except for now. I mean, it's just now happening again. Let's see. Incoming missiles. All right, so we're gonna look for the footage. See if there's any footage coming out yet. Okay. Let's see. More missiles in. Okay, this was just posted 1 minute ago. More missile alerts in central Israel. Initial reports of impacts. N12 News says multiple blasts inside of Tel Aviv area. Interceptors launched. This is a relatively large barrage. So yeah, it is a larger. I saw that it was definitely larger than the other ones. Quite a bit larger. So we should be having some footage coming in here, hopefully. We're just going to wait for the channels to start posting here. Okay, so someone in Israel that is a Christian channel that is actually, it's a front for the Mossad and military. He says crazy explosions are everywhere. It was 2 waves of missiles, one of 30 and the other one was 20. So 20 missiles, 30 missiles, and then 20. This is a significant barrage toward Israel, and it was launched immediately after the IDF finished attacking significant nuclear target near Tehran. So this was in response toward attacks of the IDF on a nuclear target. Reports of some missiles that penetrated the air defense systems and fell in central and southern Israel. And this was all throughout Tel Aviv, going all the way up to Haifa, all the way down into Beersheba, past Jerusalem even. Even Jerusalem might have had some coming in as well. Up in the top right-hand corner is Jerusalem, but it's really hard to see incoming missiles in the daytime. They kind of blend in. You don't see them as well, but if it was that we had video on the ground, we might have been able to see some impacts, but being that AP, I don't think is allowed to show impacts. They're only allowed to just show incoming and missile defense taking out rockets. So it's a new it's a policy they've had for a while, but it's kind of enforced. Like they're really cracking down right now, the Israelis, on footage. So citizens are not allowed to be posting footage. Yeah. Now see, now they post the actual now they show the whole city after it's all said and done. Do we see any kind of smoke or anything else that's coming up here? Let's see. Any impact areas of impact? I can't tell, but it does look a little dusty. Does look a little smoky. But nothing major. I do hear a crow. A crow saying something negative, I'm sure. Bad omen. A bad omen from the crow. Yeah. Yeah, pretty significant. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna shut the stream here, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna give you the 411 and all the footage if there is footage. I'm pretty sure there should be some footage. We did get some new video in from yesterday. Amazing, unseen footage of the impacts inside of Tel Aviv. Pretty large bombs fall with huge explosions. So these missiles that are coming in from Iran are pretty sizable. They are very, very large bombs, and they are causing a lot of havoc inside of Israel right now. So we're going to show you some of that footage, kind of talk about what's happening, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? I just wanted to cut this stream because this stream's been going for a long time. We want to get a fresh stream going, okay? So we'll be back in just a few. This stream's been ongoing for quite some time now. All right, we'll be back in just a little bit, okay? God bless.